Hello, everyone. How are we all today? It is me. I am here. I am here with Zeta.
Hello.
So, hello, Peter, Laura. Good to see you again, AAA Battery. Hi, Jaleb, Lakia, Heliopolis, Nell, Jay, Dog, Screaming Ice Cube, Ambrose, Josh, Isabella, Paulfly. Welcome, everybody. Hey, Andrew. Hey, Plonk Time. Great to see you. Hey, Acid Helm. All right.
Yeah, I feel very fortunate to get to guest on Tristan's stream. It's been a while.
Yeah, so Trish stream and I've got a guess. And it's true because I'm actually solving. Oh, I didn't put row column labels on. Let's see if I can do that.
And you know it's a Trist stream because we're starting with a Somedoku.
Go. All right. Is that showing up all right? Yes, it is.
I can see it.
Okay.
Ooh, you'll return. Exciting.
All right. So, do we have anything to say? I am thrilled to be back on stream, and I'd love to do I'd love to do more streaming, and we'll see. Yes, this is a Somedoku.
I have done one Somedoku on stream. I did Marty Sears Somedoku Chaos Construction.
All right.
Which was probably my favorite Marty Sears puzzle this year, actually. In terms of announcements, my only announcement is that my latest pencil puzzle, Foxtrot, got published on LMD. So if you are into Zeta pencil puzzles, it is a Philomeno double back puzzle that I'm quite pleased with how those worked, actually. I think double back is a pretty cool rule set. So I might play with it more in the future. But anyway, that is up now.
So this is Somedoku sort of Minesweeper. I wish I had a great way of putting the rules on screen. I can temporarily cover up Zeta with the rules, I think. let me do that. Okay, so we have Somedoku, so we fill every cell with one of the digits from 1 to 9, and row n and column n each contain n unique digits. So row 1 and column 1 are all entirely the same digit. Go away. There we go. And down to row 9 and column 9, which are each a set of the digits from 1 to 9. Then we are to draw a loop, a one cell wide loop of orthogonally connected cells into the grid that enters no cell more than once, and adjacent digits along the loop have opposite parity. But the loop may touch itself. So we're going to be using the pen tool to draw that.
Deduction. The loop does not visit row 1.
And digits in circles, we have a minesweeper thing. Digits in circles count how many of the surrounding cells, the 9 surrounding cells, including itself, are part of the loop. I have a digit then.
The rules are cut off on my screen, so it just started digits and circles count, and then it ends there. So I just assumed that they were like good old-fashioned D'Orlear circles, but it seems as though we have a different kind of circle.
Yes, they're
But
counting.
yes, I believe row 2, column 2 is at least a little bit interesting.
Well, row 1, column 1, I think can only be one thing.
Oh, sorry, that's the one I meant. Yes, that one.
And then we have regular old white Kropke dots, where digits separated by a white dot are consecutive. All right, I'm going to put the rules away so we can see zeta.
Hello.
And let's get going. So, yes, as zeta observed, you can't have the loop visiting row 1 or column 1 because two things in row 1 and column 1 can't be opposite parity. So in particular, that means none of these cells are loop, but this has to be something, and we don't have zeros in this puzzle. So this is going to have to be a 1, and the loop is going to have to visit this cell.
Boop, boop, doop. Woo! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop, 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 ba-doop. Thank you, Zach. Thank you.
And
I think
in
you
fact,
can draw the loop.
This is a corner.
And wad.
So the loop actually goes like this.
And that can only be a 3 or a 4.
That's true.
And so we can fill in 1, 3, 4 in all of, well, first of all, you can fill in all the ones because we've got 16 more ones to fill in. And then you can write 1, 3, 4 and all of the other things. Oh, in fact, actually, no, it just immediately, we know whether it's a 3 or a 4 because of the loop rule. It has to be a 4. Because along the loop, things have to alternate. And so if it were 1 and 3, then in column 2, that would be a 1, 3 pair. And those aren't opposite parity. So yes,
okay,
it's got to be a 4.
That's a 4.
Yep, and that's a 1.
And so there are no 3s in this column.
Yep, and
that's a 1. And
that's
this is also a 1.
And you should probably turn off conflict checker because it's trying to tell us some nonsense.
No, it's correct. This can't be a 1.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Conflict checker is smart with Somedoku. Note that conflict checker does not have a problem with all of these.
So row 3, column 3, we know a good bit about because it's going to have to be even. And so it can
Is
be
that
4, 6, or 8.
by some checkerboard rule?
Yeah, it is by the checkerboard rule, because the loop alternates what color checkerboard cell it's on, and so we know this cell is on the loop, and we know it's even. Uh,
Oh, Nell points out we actually know this cell is it can only be a 4
yes, yes, yes.
because by column 9 it can't be a 1.
And you can write 1 4s in the rest of the row as well.
I think these are going to have trouble being 1s. Like this one can't possibly be a 1. This one must be a 4.
Explain to me why I can't. Oh, right. Because you just haven't put the circle in row 3, column 3, but there is a circle in row 3, column 3, which does indeed tell us that that has to be a 4. Because it's more than 1 and is 1 or 4. Intriguing. Yeah, and I think you should write 4, 6, 8 in that circle.
Let's see. Can this in fact be 4? No, it can't. This loop has to go somewhere on both sides, and you can't close the loop.
Yes.
If this was a 4, you'd have to have the loop be just these cells.
Yes.
Hey, Isaiah.
4 is consecutive with 3 and 5, if you would like to write that into the grid. Do you want to draw
So
the
in
checkerboard
fact,
in? You probably should draw the checkerboard in, because it will
so
actually tell us some cells that can't possibly be on the loop, I think.
well, hang on. There are 3 unique digits in this column. One of them is a 1. One of them is a 6 or an 8, and one of them is a 3 or a 5. In particular, none of them is a 2, so this has to be a 4.
Mm-hmm.
And that's our 3, 5. I don't want to draw a checkerboard. It sounds terrible.
Sadly. So the 4 at the bottom is not on the loop, for example. So if you just highlight the checkerboard long enough to check, the 4 at the bottom can't be on the loop.
So
just start in row 2, column 2. That cell's even, and then highlight every other cell down the column.
yeah.
That cell, if it were on the loop, it would be odd, and therefore it is not on the loop.
Yep. Maybe we should draw the checkerboard. I don't know.
I think you should draw the checkerboard, but you can draw it in the color that's invisible for everyone but us. Oh, you don't have the color that's invisible for everyone but us. I don't have it anymore either, but yeah, you don't have any subtle colors. So I think you should color these cells blue, because these cells have to be even if they're on the loop that you are highlighting. Da, 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 da.
Okay.
And you can make it the light blue. You have a light blue. Yeah, there you go. Okay, and so also row 9, column 3 is not on the loop because of the same reason.
Right. If it was on the loop, it would be even.
Correct. And so just to explain to people how this whole loop business works, every time the loop moves, it moves from a white cell to a blue cell, or a blue cell to a white cell. And so because it alternates parity, and the first blue cell we put on it is even, every blue cell that's on the loop has to be even, and every white cell that's on the loop has to be odd.
Yes. Jay Dyer points out that this 4 is going to put at least 2 loop cells into this cell's vision.
You're using the fact that row 1, column 3 is not on the loop, right? The nothing in row 1 is on the loop. So correct. So the 4 is certainly going to do that. So it's going to make that at least 4, which is then going to make the next one at least 4. And that 4 is not on the loop.
Right.
Yeah, you had to. I saw that and I was like, that's just not true. But it is true because we know that nothing in row 1 is on the loop.
Let's see. If this is on the loop, it's not on the loop.
Right. Yeah, that is very true. So it's not on the loop. And ditto row 7, column 2. What Tristan means is if it's on the loop, it's a 1.
If it's on the loop, it's also a 4.
Right. So row 6, column 2 is also not on the loop. And row 8, column 2 is also not on the loop. Loop stuff,
sorry. Row 6, column 2.
Yep, and row 8, column 2.
I was thinking column 3, but yeah.
Okay. You can go ahead and fill in 16835 down this column, just for sanity,
I guess.
And so, like, that circle in row 8, column 3 is actually interesting because we know it can't be a 6 or an 8. It can only be a 1, a 3, or a 5, which means it can be on the loop at least. It can't be 6 or 8 because we already know 4 cells.
It can be at most. In fact, this one,
it can't even be 5, right? Oh no, sorry, that's
it can be
9.
5.
No, yeah, it can be 5, but nothing else. Yeah, 1, 3, 5.
Oh yeah. These circles can only be as big as 6. But we already have 1 and 4 gone in the column. Thank you, David.
Nice.
So these are a 2, 3, 5, 6 quad.
I do love that. And the 6 so we has to go on a blue cell because the 6 is definitely on the loop.
Correct. And also we get a triple for the rest of the column, so we might as well write that in.
Yep. Good idea.
1, 7, 8, 2, 9. 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep. So this is 6, 7, 8, 9 for what it's worth.
Correct.
Row 3, column 9 is not the 6. Probably.
Because if it was, so that 4 in row 2, column 9 is not on the loop, is the point. It's the wrong color.
Right, it's the wrong color. So
you should exit while we're at it. And so now 6 is just placed in column 9.
Oh, nice. So these are all on the loop.
Indeed. And so that one's not a 2, and the other one's not an 8, at least.
Right. That's not... In fact, this is just a 5.
Yes, it's just a 5. You're correct. And the other one's not an 8.
Oh, because... Right. Because it would have to be...
And row 6, column 8 is a circle in the puzzle, so it is even and at least 4. So it is 4, 6, or 8.
And we know this is odd, and we know this is even.
And Paul Fly points out that now row 9, column 9 can't be on the loop, because if it was, then that 5 would be a 6.
Right. So this is not on the loop, is what we're
Correct.
saying.
That's not on the loop. And then the circle next to it is on the loop. And can only be a 4. Uh-oh. We broke the puzzle. Because there's no even number that this can be.
Why can't it be a 5?
Oh, sorry, it's an odd number. Sorry, this is an odd number, not an even number. Okay, thank goodness. So it is a 3 or a 5. Those are the only options. Sorry.
I think it can't be a 3.
I missed the
I think by geometry it can't be a 3.
Because this is a corner, so you can draw in some of the corners on the loop. And row 8, column 9, yeah. Yep. Okay, and so it is a 5, and row 8, column 7 is on the loop. There we go. And so that fills in a 3 in row 9, column 3.
Row 9, column 3. Sorry. This is a 3 because...
Row 9, column 3.
Oh, row 9, column 3.
Okay, and row 9, column 5 is an even number. Oh, sorry, I don't know that it's on the loop. Never mind, sorry. I was going to lie. But row 8, column 7, you could do some parity stuff with that string of digits that are on the loop. So you can fill in the parities of all the digits on those white dots constellations.
Sure. So this is odd. This is even. This is odd.
Regardless of whether on the loop it's on the loop, it's odd because it's next to an even number on a white dot, is why he means that, by the way. Yeah.
I think that's the best we get for right now. Paul Fly says if row 2, column 6 is not loop, is not loop, where does row 2, column 5 get its 4? Right. Well, it would have to be these. Is that a problem? That breaks row 2, column 4. Oh, because this suddenly sees too many. This now sees 5.
But I agree.
That's gross.
I agree with Dog's much simpler point that row 7, column 2 can't be a 4 anymore.
And in fact, this is a corner.
Yep.
So this is now a 1. This is an even number that's at least 4.
And it can't be 4 because there's no 4
Wait. Sorry, maybe it's not even?
Oh, yeah,
it's not on the loop.
Just, it could not be on the loop. Row 7, column 2, you should probably fill in.
Now that we have a 3 in column 3, points out Dog, we can't have any 5s. So none of these are 5.
Yep.
So that's a 3.
He'll get to row 7, column 2 eventually, Dog. Don't worry.
Row 7, column 2.
That's row 7, column 3.
Oh my God. Doesn't see 4 cells that can be looped. Yes, it only sees 3. So that's a 1. And now we have to be very careful about this.
That tells you that row 8, column 3 isn't loop.
In fact, neither of these can be loop.
Correct. I was going to do that in steps, but you...
And this is loop.
Yep.
And it's a corner.
Yep. And so now that fills in the circle above it.
Yes, this now has to be a 4.
And there are only 4 cells that it could be.
Oh, right, it's these.
Yep.
So this is loop, and that's now a corner.
Corner.
So it's gonna take that.
Mm-hmm. And you can fill in the digits along it that you now know the parity of.
Yes. So that's a 4. That's
So 1 or a
1 or a
3.
3.
Now row 3, column 3 can't be 6.
Yes, because it already sees 6.
And so
Yeah.
if nothing else is loop, the loop closes. And you can fill it. You can at least update that there's no 6s in the column.
There's no
now.
6s in the column. That is not what I meant to do.
I agree with Paul Fly that row 3, column 3 goes right because of the 2 of 3 rule. It can't go up, down.
Oh, right. It can't go this way. So
yeah, so if you're doing a loop puzzle and you can identify a cell that only has 3 possible connections and there's a forbidden pair, like in this case that one can't connect up and down because it would close the loop, then you can draw in the other loop segment because every way that doesn't use those 2 uses that one. And so Paul Fly is then correct. So that means row 2, column 4 isn't loop, because now if row 2, column 4 was loop, the loop would close. You have to do a slight look ahead.
so that would make this, and now that.
And so now you know the 8.
Yes. So this now is also loop.
Mm-hmm.
So it is even.
Yep.
Let's
And
see.
it's not a 2 because it already sees 5 cells, so it's not a 4 either.
We can write in 1, 2, 3, 8, and now we can do a little better with the cells that are on the loop. So these are odd. So they're 1 or 3.
Row 4, column 4 is not a 2 or a 4 just because it already sees 5 cells.
Row 4, column 4. Yes. So this cell must be loop, points out Paul Fly. Do we know anything about how it connects? Not really.
Okay, here's a fancy thing. Row 3, column 9 can't be loop.
If it's
because
loop,
if row 3, column 9. Okay, I have a better proof that it can't be loop than the one I was going to give you. So here's a better one. If it's loop, it's a 2, and it's also not a 2 because it's a corner.
right.
That is a much better proof than the one I was going to give you. So we won't talk about the one I was going to give you. So that's not loop.
This now has nowhere to go but down, points out acid home.
Yep, correct.
So what was the last thing you said?
No, that was it.
David says row 3, column 7 already sees 3 loop cells, and it can't see only 3 loop cells, so it's an 8.
Yep. Very good.
And in fact, let's see, must it be loop? Maybe not. Let's see. This is now a 2 or a 4, just by white dottage.
Row 7, column 4 is always loop because of the circle.
This isn't odd, points out Ilm. And this must be even. So it's a 2 or an 8 now.
Row 7, column 4.
Row 7, column 4. What?
Must be loop because of the 1, 3 circle below it. Because if that is a 3, then all 3 of these cells are loop. And if it's a 1, the only way you get one cell is that one.
Agree.
So this is always on the loop.
I enjoy that sort of deduction.
I only said it because I knew you would enjoy it. Like, I don't think it gets us anything, but I knew that it would please you to have observed that.
Row 3, column 7 is not loop because of the 4 in row 2, column 6.
Yes. The 4 is done.
1, 2, 3, 4. Wow. So this isn't loop and everything surrounding it is.
Yes, very good. This is a beautiful puzzle,
So in
by the way.
particular,
I don't think I've...
So now this is a corner. So we have to come through here. And in
I don't
fact,
think I've done an ElChiglia puzzle before, but this is great.
ElChiglia?
Oh, ElChiglia. It's cut off on my screen, so I just had to fill in letters.
Yeah, so,
okay, so
we get all of this. This is a 3, so that's a 2. So this loop can't come down anymore.
Yep.
So, and it can't be loop itself. So this loop comes left.
Mm-hmm. And you can X the cells that are definitely not in the loop because that'll get us stuff.
These.
Yep, because that gets us another corner. Row 6, column 9.
6, column 9. This is loop. So yes. So we can get this. So
row 6, column 8 is definitely not a 4.
And
it's definitely not an 8 either. It's not an 8 because there's 2 cells it doesn't see, and there's no way it sees only those 4.
Yep. And it's not an 8, so
I guess
that's a 6.
Here's the much easier way to say that deduction. Row 7, column 8 is a corner. That would have been a much nicer way for me to say that isn't a 4 deduction.
Yeah, this has to go like this.
And so because of that, you knew the thing couldn't be 4 because there were 5 cells that were in it. I just like mentally tried to draw the loop with 4 cells in it and saw that I could not.
So let's see.
Row 8, column 7 doesn't go straight up and down.
Correct. So it comes like this. Oh, is this known?
It must be. It's even, and it's at least 3 and at most 4.
Yep. So that's a 4. So this must be loop.
Mm-hmm. So it's even, and the digit below it is odd.
Yes. So
we actually know, by the way, that in row 3 the numbers are 1, 3, and 8. So all the places where there's a theoretical 2
we've now
are gone.
And this is on the loop, 3, so it's not 8.
Row 3, column 5, for example, can't be 2 anymore.
Right. So that's an 8.
Row 2, column 8 still has a stray 1 in it. And that's a repeat for the column because we've got 2 4s, so that 1 does some Sudoku stuff.
So now there's no 1s or 4s in the rest of the column.
Or 3s.
Or 5s.
Or 5s. Or 6s.
Let's see. Yep. 1, 4, 2. We still have one more digit to find in this row.
It's a 1 or a 3, though. Oh, sorry. No. Sorry.
Could be
right.
anything.
No, it's a 6 or an 8. We've got 1, 2, and 4.
It's a 6 or an 8. So
Yeah.
that means it can't be a 3.
Correct.
And it can't be a... No, we already have 2. So this is
we
still...
already have 2.
But it's a 6 or an 8.
And so 1, 3, and 8, I guess, are the digits. Oh, but we already have that marked in column 3 that it's 1, 3, and 8.
These are all 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, which helps because
row 9, column 5.
Now this can only be a 1. If we just write in options for the row, we get this for free.
Yep, there are 3 evens, and that one has to be odd. Row 9, column 5 actually doesn't have many options. Because it's got to be at most 6, and it's not 1, 3, 4, or 5, so it can only be 2 or 6.
Oh, column 7, we have all the repeats. So we can eliminate all other repeats. So let's see, no 1s, no 8s. I think that's all we get. Let's see. Oh, this has to be nice, dog. This has to be 6, 7.
Yep.
So we have all our repeats in row 7 now.
Yep.
So that's not a 1. That's not a 1. That's not a 7.
It's hilarious the dot in row 8 can't be 3, 4 because it would cause too many repeats. But I don't I don't think there's any
think that
possible
actually
way
gets
that's
us any
useful.
eliminations.
Yeah, I don't think it's remotely useful, but it feels cute enough to be worth saying.
Yeah, we can circle this just to do our due diligence. Is there any way this can be a 6 anymore? Yes.
Because it already sees 6.
Well, so can it see no more?
If it sees no more, it's a corner and the loop closes.
So it is an 8.
So it is an 8, right?
So 1, 2, 4, 8 are the only digits in this row. So it's not a 6.
And odd.
And in fact, yeah, only one of these gets to be not loop.
Yep.
Could it be this one? Not sure.
I'll be right back.
Row 5, column 7. Yeah, we already have a 6 in this column, so that's not... So this can't be 7 or 9. David says row 4, column 5 is odd, because if not, it would knock out 2 digits from the 8. So if this is even, it's the one that's not loop. let's see. This is even. And it can't be 6 by the column. Can't be 4 by the row. So it's definitely 2 or 8. Oh, does this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Yes. So this is not on the loop. So this is now a corner. So this must be odd. Oh, we already have an 8. So that's a 2. So that's a 6. And now all of these have to be loop. We actually get to draw in a bunch of that. But this now has to be a 3.
Row 5, column 6 is 5, 7, 9, and it's not 9, so it's 5 or 7.
So this is now a corner.
Good.
What was the thing you were saying?
Row 5, column 6 is 5 or 7 only, just because it's odd and it already sees 4.
Right, and if it saw no more, the loop would close. Or it has to see more.
It has to see more because it's odd, yeah.
Let's see.
Yes. 8 is hidden in row 9 is what Paul Fly is saying.
Whoops. Not here and not here, so... Or... Wait, why is it?
Correct. Both of... That's the loop.
Oh, that's loop, so it can't be there. So that's our 8. This is a 7, 9 pair.
Which means the thing next to it on the white dot is an 8.
Yes. So that's
now we've
2.
got our duplicate in this column, right? Do we have a duplicate? Yeah, we have 2 4s. Yep. So that is a 2. Agree. So now row 8, column 6 can't be a 2.
8, column 6.
Because it would make it 2, 3, and it would have 2 repeats.
Yes.
And it can't be a 4 either, actually, for similar reasons. Because if it was 4, it couldn't be 3, 4, as we went over earlier, but it can't be 4, 5 either, because of what it would do to the row.
So no 4s. This isn't a 3.
Correct.
Oh, nice, Kale. That's a good point. If this is even, this can't possibly see enough cells because that will be odd.
Yep. Yep, very good. I love that.
So that's a 1 and that's a 2. That was a great point.
So there's no 5 in row 5 because we've got a 1, 2, 4, an 8, and a 7, 9. So row 5, column 6 can't be 5, so it has to be 7.
And that is 7. Yeah, that is 5 digits. So
So that actually tells you that row 5, column 9 is a 7.
Yeah. And we are being told that column 5 also has its 5 digits, which it does.
And you can use the Kale David trick to get the parity of row 6, column 5, and 6.
Yeah, I'm going to well,
One,
let me
two,
just
4, 8,
naively
6.
write 1, 2, 4, 6, 8. And now if this is even, it's not on the loop.
And the thing next to it's not on the loop, and there's 3 cells not on the loop. So by the Kale David lemma, this is not even.
Oh, at some
And so it
point
is
we
a
got
1.
that. Yep,
Because
that's a
1 is the
1.
only not even option.
That's so delightful that that exact deduction has happened twice.
Row 7, column 6 can't be a 3 anymore, at the very least. And we've already got 2 6s and 2 1s, so I think we have all of our repeats actually out of this.
Oh, in the row?
Yes. But I don't know that it helps, but I'm just noting we seem
Well,
to have
that's
all
not
of
a
our
1
repeats.
anyway, which we already knew. It's not a 2 either.
Yeah.
It's not a 4 either. And it's not a 6 by repeat.
Okay. Yep. Good.
And this is not an 8 by repeat.
Yep. Lots of loop in this puzzle. It's true. This is a loopier loop than one might have expected.
No 5 in this row, so that's a 3.
Yep. Agree.
And this is a 2, 4, a 6.
No 8 in that row. You can fill in the 7 9 pair in row 9, and that will tell us something about column 4. Because if you look at column 4, now its digits are 1 4 8, and that's 7 9.
So no 2 or 6 here, so that's a 4.
So no 2 or 6, and no 3 in row 3, column 4. Yep, absolutely. Yep, it closes the loop if you choose the other 2.
Oh, if you do this?
Yep.
Then this is forced up and we have a closed loop.
Yep.
So
very good, Paul Fly.
This connects left.
And wad. You have marked that row 8, column 5 is on the loop, but not then marked that therefore it is odd. So it is in fact 1, and it is the only repeat for the row, so that fills in a 4. And removes 5 as a candidate from row 8, column 7. And so row 8, column 4 is 6 or 8. Oh, and I think we know which one it is, actually. Because by the row 8, column 4 has to be 6 or 8, because it's even, and we've got all the repeats. But then by the column, it has to be 1 4 8 or 7 9, so it has to be an 8. Yep. And so that's going to do a lot of damage to those white dots in that row.
I think
now row 8, column 6 is determined.
I think if this is a 4, we don't have enough repeats in this column. No,
No,
we
we already
have
have
all
our
our
repeats. We've got
repeats.
3
So in
ones.
fact, it is a 4.
Yeah, you could just write in row 8, column 6, and a bunch of digits around it.
Because this isn't an 8 anymore.
Yep, correct.
Where's our repeat?
1, 1.
1, 1. There it is. So that's a 6 with a 7 and a 5.
Indeed. And so row 7, column 4, you can mark for candidates because it has to be odd. And we do have all of our repeats, so I think the only candidate is 9. And so that makes row 9, column 4 also a 9 by Somedoku.
So that's a 7. Oh, is there no 3 in this
Yep,
column?
1, 4, 2, 5, 6, 7 are the 6 digits.
So that's a 1 and that's a 2. Now we really need to finish our loop now.
Yeah, or there's going to be a travesty. Someone tell us a cell that's a corner.
Paul Fly says this
Yeah,
has
that
to
has
be
to go
loop.
left. Row 4, column 6 has to go left because he can't go up and down. I'm guessing that's what Paul Fly was saying.
Paul Fly is
Oh, no,
talking
sorry.
about this cell.
I see.
So this is loop.
Yeah, that has to be loop. Yeah. Then. Row 4, column 6 goes left.
4, column 6.
Because otherwise it goes up and down and immediately closes the loop.
Let's see. Exactly one of these cells is non-loop.
Agree with Paul Fly. Row 8, column 5 goes up by the 2 of 3 rule. Because it will, if you make it go left and right, it will close the loop now.
Nice.
We have our 8 clue in row 7, column 5. Are there any things we can say definitely have to be loop because of that? Because we
Maybe
only
we
get
should.
one none loop because we've got some clues that we have not yet filled in from circles, so that's probably part of it.
Maybe the loop will be easier to see if we get rid of our checkerboard.
Yeah, I think we can get rid of the checkerboard at this point.
Row 7, column 5. Yeah, these can't both be loop.
That does seem like a good thing to observe.
Does that make this into a corner? No, it doesn't.
But you can say that now row 5, column 5 has to connect down, because if it connects the other two directions, you close the loop.
Yes.
And so now you can draw an X between row 6, column 6, and row 7, column 6 by the same logic that we just used. The David X, if you will. I think now if row 7, column 6 is loop, I think the loop closes.
If row 7, column 6 is loop.
Oh, maybe? No, I think it does, but I think it's like 4 cases. Oh, did I lie? I might have convinced you to mark something that wasn't true. I think you have to rewind to where I told you that row 5, column 5 went down. Because row 5, column 5 might not be loop at all.
Yeah. Thank you for keeping us honest, Paulfly. Paulfly says row 5, column 4 must be loop. Which would be nice to know. By a forbidden deduction. Oh. Oh no, do we have to observe that? Well, if you look at the column and the row, it's only a 1 or a 4 because those are the only 2 digits that overlap in the row and the column. Oh no, it could be an 8. If it's a loop, it's 1, but we're not going to write that in.
The point that the chat point is, we won't know what it is if it's not 1.
Because then it could be 4 or 8.
Or 1.
Oh.
If it's not on the loop, then we will
Paulfly has a different way to prove it. If this is not loop, let's see, these this now has to connect. Oh, and then this one has to connect here.
Row 3, column 5, you can just say the loop has to connect left. That might help. Because if the loop doesn't connect left, then the loop closes.
Yes. So that connects, whoops, left. And not, oh, never mind.
And now the 8 in row 4, column 4 can't connect left, right.
Yeah, well,
I guess maybe here's a much easier argument. It either connects left, right, or it doesn't. And in all cases, row 5, column 4 is on the loop. Because if it connects left, right, then row 5, column 3 is now a corner.
Yes, and if it doesn't connect left, right, then
Then it connects down.
Then
and
it
then it's on
connects
the loop.
down. So this
So
is
that's
on the loop.
and row 5, column 5 isn't by the 8.
Yes.
And then the other 2 cells around that 7 are, because we've identified the ones that don't.
Yes.
And then that 8 is done below that. And so row 7, column 6 is not on the loop.
Yes.
And so hopefully now that is
Now we
sufficient
just
for
have
us
to connect
loop the
everything
loop.
up.
Yep. So we've made a corner in row 7, column 7.
Yes. So that connects there. And now
So
this has to connect
Correct.
there. Now this has to connect there. Whoops.
Correct. And so row
this
7,
has to connect
column
up.
4. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that can't connect right because it'll close the loop. So it has to connect up.
Connect up again.
And so now that has to connect up.
This has to connect up.
Row 6, column 6 is a corner.
Gotta get rid of these X's.
Row 6, column 6. Once you've done with the X's.
Row 6, column 6 is
It's
a
a corner.
corner.
And now row 4, column 6 is a corner.
4, column 6 is a corner, yes. So that connects.
And now row 3, column 5 is a corner.
So that connects down.
Indeed.
And now this is a corner.
Yep.
So we get that. Does that close the loop?
A corner. Yep, that's a corner, and it closes the loop.
There we go.
Very
and
good.
then this is a 1.
Yep. Woohoo! I liked that one a lot.
Yeah, that was great. All right. Shall we take a little break and find another puzzle?
Sounds great to me. See you all shortly.
All right, we'll be right back. If I can remember how to go to be right back. We are back. Uh, Let me put the rules up here again. I think this puzzle was set for uh, is it me or Zeta or both for our birthday? Except it
It was
was
for your birthday, I believe.
for okay, yeah, for my birthday. Uh, and except it was very much between my last birthday and my next birthday. Yeah, okay. Uh, let's see. Let me embiggen the grid a little. Whoops.
Was the music some of the Celeste Strawberry Jam music?
Uh,
The people were excited by it.
let's see. The music was no, it was not.
Someday that will make it in there.
Oh, unwinding. Yeah, I think that was. I
That
think
was
that
from Strawberry Jam.
was from Strawberry Jam. Okay, so this puzzle is one of those where I think half the battle is going to be understanding the rules. So let's have a look here. Here's our rules. So we have a digit X in a cage points at a digit Y that is X cells away from the cage vertically or horizontally, and the number in the corner is the sum of X and Y. Also, the line between X and Y, wherever that is, forms a Dutch whispers line. And
Fancy.
this is a given Dutch whispers line. And on a Dutch whispers line, digits differ by at least 4.
It's exactly like German whispers, except everything you know is wrong.
So that's what we're working with.
We have a bunch of very small totals that you can at least pencil mark because the digit in the cage is part of the sum.
Yeah, so like this 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, and let's see. If it's a 1, that
And it
doesn't
can't be a
work
1, yeah.
because that breaks the German or the Dutch whispers rule.
Yep.
Because then it would be a 1 next to a 4.
And you might as well do this for the other 3 5 cages at the same time.
The 3s are even more restricted.
That is true. They can only be 1 or 2 and can't be 1.
Yep. So in fact, we just immediately get a pair of 2s.
Thank you, Zach. Thank you.
All right, and these 2s point to a 1 in at least one of these cells.
Or backwards, right? Could be row 9, column 3.
Oh, yeah, I suppose.
And there is a number that is a 6, 7, 8, or 9 on the line between them. But they could point at the same one, presumably.
They could, or they don't have to. But say if they point here, 1 in a 7 cage is okay.
Yeah, 1 in a 7 cage is hunky-dory, I believe. Now, the 12 cages are the opposite. You need to have at least a 3 in them, but a 3 would have to go with a... Can you get from 3 to 9?
Yes.
I guess you can get from 3 to 9, yeah. So
You
at
can get
least a
from 5
3,
to 9.
but not a 6. So numbers that are 3 or bigger that aren't 6.
Yeah.
And can't be 9
And
either.
can't be 9
because
either.
9 is too far.
So like 3, 4, 7, 8. Oh, and this C is a 7, 8. So this is a 3 or a 4 only.
Or 5, right? What's wrong with 5?
Nothing's wrong with 5.
Okay.
Although it is restrictive because of this 7.
That is true. You can corner mark 7 in box 1, just or sorry, in box 3 is what I meant, because it's not going in the 5 cage.
All right. This is also 2, 3, 4.
Indeed.
This one's 2, 3, or 4.
Indeed.
Amnosti says 3 to 9 is bad. I don't know why. So if we do 3 here, that points to a 9 in one of these cells. Oh, and that breaks here. So it would have to be 9 over here. Oh, is this a high-lowity breaking 3, and then this is high?
It's at least a 7, but couldn't be a 7, 8, or 9.
Right.
Because of Sudoku.
So this isn't 3.
Yeah, I guess the point is the next cell along here, wherever it is, the next cell along here has to be a 9. Because it's not 7 or 8.
Well, if this is a 5, the next cell
if it's
could
a
be
5,
a 1.
it could. Yes. It would have to go below it. Right. Yeah. Right, okay.
Also, hey, Franco, good to see you.
In fact, we know this line goes right? Oh no, sorry. If it's a 5 and it goes to 1, then it goes down. Never mind.
Yeah, 1, 8, low, 7. I guess this would have to be a. But does 4 break?
Or would have
Ilm
to go to a
thinks
9.
4 breaks. So 4 would have to go to a 9.
So it would have to go right.
Yes, it would go right. A 9, low, and
A
an
low.
8.
Well, the 8 is what goes with the 4.
Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah, the low 8. Yep, that works, I think.
1, 2, 3, 4. No, it does break. I think. So 4, 9, low. Yeah, there's no way to get to an 8 over here on a Dutch whisper. 4.
Oh, couldn't you go 4, 9, 1, 5?
4, 9.
Oh no. So
4, 9, 5, 1, 8.
Okay.
4, 9, 5, 1, 8 does work.
Yep.
Good old Dutch whispers logic. Todd wants us to look at this cell. So it could be a 1 with a 6 next to it. That works. Can't be 2. see, 3. I don't know if that works.
At least naively, it can be 3. But can't be 4 or 5, and I think it can't be 6 either, for a somewhat silly reason. It can't be 6 because the 6 can only go next to a 2, and there's Sudoku problems with that.
Oh yeah, 6 would have to see a 1.
So it can
Yeah.
only be 1 or 3, I believe.
And 3, I don't know if it works
Dutch
Dutch whispers logically. So 3, well, we can't do that. No, 3, we could do so that would put a 4, for instance. I think this would
This would obligate that we have a 5 in the middle, and there's nowhere we could put it because the 5 doesn't go next to a 4 or a 3. Yeah. So I think I think I agree that it cannot be
so it can't actually be a 3.
Yeah. If you want to break the high-low parity property of German whispers, you need a 5, because the only way to sort of connect high and low is with 159 or 951. And so 3 is not big enough to let us do that. So this digit has to be a 1.
A 1 with a 6 in one of these cells.
Yeah.
So let's see.
5 cage with a 3, Isabella says the same exact argument works for. Which seems very believable.
Yes. So the 3.
The 3 would need a 5 in between, and you can't put a 5 next to a 3 or a 2.
Yeah. So these are not 3.
And neither is row 4, column 3. Well, why can't it be 518, etc.?
518 low 7. That seems to work.
Unless it always breaks the 5 cage there somehow.
Oh, I put 7 in the wrong cell. That is a big problem. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 7 has to go here.
And so the fact that it goes 5, 1,
7.
8,
so it would have to go
puts
7,
the highs in the wrong parity.
2 or 3, and then 2 highs next to each other. So this, in fact, is a 4, and it has to go, like we said before, 4, 9, 5, 1, 8. Right?
You can fill in the 2 in your row 1, column 8.
This is the only way we can.
I think that is correct. You could fill in the rest of row 1, just in case it somehow helps you with the 5.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Right. We know 7's not here, 3's not here.
So it could go 2, 7,
3 is never here. 3 is never here.
Correct. 3 is never there.
So that gives us a pair.
Right. Because if 3 was there, it would break out all the spots that can be 3.
Right. Then the 2 couldn't see a 3.
Yep.
So
that
that's
places
actually
the
a
3.
6, 7 pair. This is a 3, but
doesn't have to be the 3.
It doesn't have to. So this could still be a 6. Yeah, we should draw in the lines. So that's a line. That's a
Is there
Dutch
anywhere
whisper.
on row 3, column 6 that is 4 away that can be a 1? I don't think there is.
Oh. No. Now that we got this.
Yeah.
So that's a 2.
And it could again grab its 3 in a variety of places.
Well, not here. No, it can't. It can only grab it. Oh, it can grab it here or here.
Now that does make row 5, column 6 interesting because it sees 1, 2, and 3 now. So this has got to be 4, 5, or 6. And I'm pretty sure we know which one it is, at least down to the fact that it's not 6, because there isn't even a cell in the grid that's 6 away. So it's definitely not 6, right?
And probably one of these breaks high-low.
Well, if it's 5, the only place that it could be going to is row 5, column 1, and that definitely doesn't work because it puts a 1 next to a 2.
Yeah. So this, in fact, is a 4.
And there's only 1, 3 that's 4 away.
Yes. So in fact, this is a line. But there's nothing that says this 5 couldn't follow the same line.
Yeah. Row 2, column 6, though, is given. It is a 9 because it needs to be at least 4 away from 3.
And it can't be an 8 because
there's an 8 in the box.
Oh.
And so now row 4, column 6 is now an 8.
Yep, not 9. So yeah.
So that's a triple left in box 2 if you want to fill it in. 4, 5, 6, actually.
In fact, the
actually,
4 just goes
placed
here. And that's a 5, 6.
Very nice. And there's still got to be a 1 in column 6, and you know where it goes.
Ah.
And so 5, 6, 7 is what's left in column 6.
Mm.
3, 8, 9 is what's left in box 8.
This 3 doesn't. Oh, no, it can go up if that's a 9. But it could still go right. And if that's a set. No, either way works. This line works either way. So since this is always satisfied, this does not have to be. So I guess we should draw in the line.
Yeah, I guess there's a sort of uniqueness implication that means that you can't have a 1 in row 9, column 7 together with a digit higher there. The diagonal segment is just a given Dutch whispers AFK. It is worth noting, actually, that row 3, column 7 can't be 6, 7, or 8. And so if it's high, it's a 9. And it almost assuredly has to be high if we actually force what row 4, column 8 can be. So, like, naively, it is up to 7.
Let's see. It could be 1. Can't be 2 by Sudoku. If it's 3, we need a 5, 3 away, which we could have not here, because that would break. Can't
We
go
have one
up.
below it.
Oh, we just have one here. But does that work? High, low. No, this would have to be a 1, and it can't be.
Yep.
So this can't be a 3.
Yep.
This is a bit case checky, but I feel comfortable
4
saying
just doesn't work.
Yeah,
5
4
it sees.
5 it sees. So 6. Where could it see a 2 that's 6 away? 2, 3, 4, 5. Not here. 2. Not here. So it can't be 6.
And then can it really be 7? I think it cannot possibly be 7.
4, 5, 6. No, it would have to put a 1 here.
Yep.
So in fact, this just is a 1
with a 9 up there.
Because this can't be 7 or 8.
Oh, it could be a 5, actually. Sorry, it's a 5 or a 9.
Yeah.
Because this was so low. This 1 needs to find a 7 somewhere to be friends with.
Yes, and not up. So it's in the box.
Mm-hmm. Is that enough to make you want to force row 6, column 9?
We could try. Can't be a 1. If it's a 2, we need an 8 to away, which
doesn't work because of high lowity, right?
High lowity. Can't be a 3. If it's a 4, we need a 6 for away. So 4 high
would have to go left, I think. Oh, is it?
Yeah, what a 4, 9, 5, 1, 6.
Yep, there you go. Yep. So it could be 4. Can't be a 5.
Can't be a 5. If it's a 6,
we need a 4, 6 away. There's only one cell that could possibly be, but I think it might work. It's not a 7 because of the 7 corner marked in the box.
Yeah. And
if it's 8, it would put a 2 all the way at the other end, which is maybe okay.
Okay. And I don't want to work on proving Dutch Whisper stuff about 6 or 8. Because there's got to be better things to do. As Paul Fly says. Oh, does it always go left? I don't. Six or 8 definitely goes left. 4.
And 4 can't go up because of the 6, 7 pair. So yeah, so it always goes left.
Nice. Okay.
So it goes left at least 4.
Which highly restricts this cell. Can only be an 8 or a 9.
Well, I mean, maybe even more relevantly, restricts the digits that are next to the 1. But I mean, just draw in the 4 lines.
Yeah, the line goes at least this far.
Yeah. And so that has to be a 5, 6, or 9.
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah. This one has to be at least 5.
That one's got a few more options. 5, 6, 8, or 9, I think.
Except this one. Oh, but it depends on what this is.
Yeah. I think chat would really like it if we looked at row 4, column 2. Well, I think Paul Fly would really like it if we looked at row 4, column 2. So it's at least 3, and it's not 6. So you can pencil mark those options into the cell to start with.
Yeah, and it's at most 5 though. No, it's at most 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's at most 7.
Okay, yep.
So 3, 4, 5. That's
It's
it.
not 6, and it's not 7 because it sees a 7 by Sudoku. So it's 3, 4, or 5.
And
If it's a 4,
it can never go right.
Yep, those two are never far enough apart.
And so but it could just go straight up, and that seems okay. If it's a 3.
And so 5 just doesn't work because of the fact that you said it can't go right, because 5 would need a 7, and the 7 is
Right.
not 5 away.
Yep. And 4 would need an 8 here.
But it would
but it can't go
to
down.
A 1. Right. Yeah, in fact, it just never goes down and never goes right. So it has to go up, and then it can only be a 3.
3, and then the only thing it can do is take these cells.
Yep.
So this is
And
low.
so now that cell's a 2.
Yes. Ah.
1, 3, 6 are left in the box.
So I don't think this being a 2 works anymore.
Yeah, it can't go up, and it can't. Could it go down?
That puts a 3
no,
here.
sorry, that's the 3. I miscounted. Yeah, so yeah, so it would have to. Yeah, it can't go any direction anymore.
Yeah, so it has to be a 4 with the 1 here.
Yep, agree.
And now we have to make this line work.
And now the 1 is placed in box 1. So the 4 touches an 8 or a 9. But also, oh yeah, okay, and then touches something low-ish, which is going to have to be a 2.
Why can't this be a 7? Oh, 7 isn't high enough.
Yeah.
And then
so yeah, so this is now at most 5, although I think pretty cleanly. Oh, actually, maybe 5 will work. It's 2 or 5 are the only options, I think.
Oh, but it sees
seems
5 by
able to be
Sudoku.
5. I see. So I think it can only be 2 then, because it sees 1, 4, and 3, and 5.
And then this has to be at least 6.
And it can't be 6 because there's a 6 in the column already. So this is a 7, 8, or 9. Yeah, and 7, 8, 9 is all that's left in the column, as AFK suggests. Yeah, I was prepared to argue that it couldn't be 5 in some ugly way if I had to, Paul Fly. Like I was prepared to say that, but I really didn't want to have to articulate why 5 definitely wasn't going to work.
My camera is doing its things again.
Oh no. That is true. Now row 6 column 9 can't be 8. So we now know it's a 4-6 pair either way. Funnily enough.
Ah, but it's not a 6.
Right. Yep.
3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so it's a 4.
Yep.
And it has to go this way. So 4, 4, 9, 5, 1, 6. I think
Yep.
it's the only acceptable way. So it puts a 9 here. Uh,
3 is placed in row 6.
yeah, one of these is definitely a 7, points out Jim. 3 is not here, it's there. So that's
Placing
an 8,
3
9
in
pair.
box 8.
Yes. Let me just...
7 is placed in row 6. So that just finishes row 6.
And that's a...
8, I believe.
8. So that's a 9. That's a 7, 8 pair. We just have 2 pairs left in these columns. Ah,
And so that 5 is going to also place the 5 in box 4.
and that's a 2, 7 pair. 5 in box 4.
6 is the other digit left in box 4.
6. Ah, this 2 can't go up, so it goes left or right.
Mm-hmm.
And it can't go left.
Yep. So better go right.
So it goes right. So this can't be a 5.
Yep. And the other side is a 1.
So that is a 5, and that's a 1.
Mm-hmm. Placing the 1 in box 3.
Oh, do we have a hidden 3 here?
We also have a hidden 5 in row 3.
Yep. So we get all of that. And that looks to be a 3.
3. Placing 3 in box 6 as well.
We're getting close to being able to mark.
Yep. Sure are.
What are these? 2, which goes here, and 9, I think.
I think we know which way the 2 in row 1, column 8 goes now. Because I think it can't go down anymore. Oh, no, sorry. Never mind. Sorry. I miscounted. I don't know why I counted 5 cells instead of 2 cells. It seems like row 9, column 6 is a 6.
Row 9, column 6. Ah, yes. 6 and 7 there. Oh,
We need a tasteful naked single emoji. That is what we need.
And now this is just a 2, not a 2.
6.
6. And I think we can probably mark.
I feel safe with that.
4, 5, 4, 8, 4, 5, 7. So
it was ambiguous which way that one went.
Oh, this?
The one in box 3. Oh, that one as well, actually. Yeah, that one as well.
Yep.
But we can draw in the sort of the maximal one.
What do you mean maximal? Like that?
As in draw in that one and the other one.
Oh, and the other one. And we can draw in this one too.
Exactly.
That's a 6. That's a 6. That's a 6. That's an 8 now. 7 to 8 to 7. Oh, that's it.
Ba-da-ba-ba.
Very cute.
I have to admit that was an indexing puzzle that I enjoyed much more than my average indexing puzzle.
Thanks for the gift. It was enjoyable. Dutch Whispers always spins my brain for the first maybe 2/3 of the puzzle. Oh no, we have missing lines. Let's see, row 3. Yeah, because this one also works.
Yep.
And column 5. Yeah, wait.
No, you can't do that one. Up.
There we go. I think that might be
it spells out Triss. That's amazing. I love it. So we definitely needed to draw in the maximal version.
That's
I love
insane.
That. That is great.
Okay, now I see why you said you took forever to make it not break.
Very cute. Very cute. Also, this 5 is giving me flashbacks of that Glip Roll puzzle. With the whatever the pencil puzzle where you can stretch the shapes in whatever direction. I forget what is that called. I'm not going to remember it.
Okay, that's amazing.
Curve data. There we go. Yes, chef's kiss on the ending of that. That is amazing. It explains why there are so many given digits.
Yeah, and also why
there was a given that line. Yeah, and an extra long S. Very nice.
Yeah. That Triss came out of nowhere right at the end.
Yeah, I admit I did not see it coming. A given line that coincidentally looks exactly like an orange Sudoku pad line. I just thought that was being classy, but very nice.
Okay, I am impressed.
Yeah, the art.
Good
Bye,
night, Peter. All right. I am going to grab a drink of water, I think, and then we'll come back with another puzzle.
See you all shortly.
All right. Hello, welcome back. And Joao, thank you very much. João, I
Let's
believe.
get you a donation dance. Boop 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 doop boop 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 doop boop 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 doop boop boop boop. Woohoo! Boop 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 woohoo! Boop doop boop 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 woohoo! Thank you so much, and welcome to the new members. AAA Battery, AM 1028, Daniel Playmaker, and Ryan. Welcome. Enjoy your new Zeta emotes, and thank you so much for the donation. Greatly appreciated. Uh,
Now, yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. Is M Nasty still here? I know they were just a little bit ago. Uh, Maybe I shall. Ah, see. Yes, we have Krupke Doots. And
Not all Krupke Doots are given.
And a special rule for the quadruples. Obviously. I think the ones with zeros would be a problem otherwise. So first the Krupke Doots. These are like These are like Kropke dots, except you consider the sum of the cells on one side versus the sum of the cells on the other side. So these three and these three have
sums that are a multiple of 2 apart.
Yep, sums that are a multiple of 2 apart. And then the quads are parity sums. So the number in a quadruple is the sum of either the even numbers around the quadruple or the odd numbers around the quadruple, and you have to figure out which. So, for instance, we can say that these 4 cells are a 1 and only even digits.
Which will be quite sophisticated, I suspect.
So these are from 1, 2, 4, 6, 8.
Good, good.
Also, hi, Arthur. Good to see you here. Yeah, there's some interesting stuff going on in box 1, I'm sure. So on one side of this doot, we have an even sum, and on one side we have an odd sum. And which way it goes depends on if the 1 is over here or over here.
And there's only 1 even left in the entire box to go on the other sides. So definitely.
Oh, right. Paul Fly points out that this 5, there's only 2 ways to make 5. It's either 5 or 113, and it can't be 113 now because of this.
Yep.
So this
absolutely.
is a 5 and 3 even
the
digits.
5 has to go on the left side along with the other even digit.
And so these are all odd, actually.
Yep.
I wonder if we should parity color.
That's reasonable.
So yeah, these are 5 along with an even digit. And these are both even.
Yep.
So we can blue those.
And all the remaining digits in box 1 are even.
Odd.
Sorry, odd. Yes, odd.
So this must be an even sum.
Mm-hmm.
So either it has both the 1 and the 5 or neither.
And so that means the line above it also has an even sum for what it's worth. But we know the other 2 digits in it have an odd sum. Oh, maybe we don't. Sorry, maybe we don't know that. Actually, I think what we should maybe think about is the Krupke doot, the white dot in rows 1 and 2. Those 4 cells we know have an odd sum. So the 4 cells around that. Yes, those have an odd sum. So odd plus odd is even. So that means the remaining 2 cells have an odd sum, which means they have a 1 in them. So we can at least knock 1 out of some places.
Okay, so 1's in here.
So it's not there, so those are even.
Okay. So these are even.
I guess we could have done that much more easily by noting that we know there's a 5 corner marked on the 5 quadruple.
Oh, right. That would have been so much easier.
That would have been much less, convoluted. Yeah, but what are you gonna do? And so we either have the 1 and the 5 in row 2 or the 1 and the 5 in row 1, but the 1 and the 5
Oh,
align because of the sum at the
this is just
bottom.
a triple.
Ah, that's true.
Ah, so we know what this sum is. It's
That's
19.
true.
So this has to be 18 or 20.
Ah, so if the 1 and the 5 are at the bottom, we cannot do that. So the 1 and the 5 are at the top.
Ah, so that's a 1 and that's a 5, and we get digits.
Yep. We'll bring out Zach for the digit dance. Ba-doop-ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop, 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 ba-doop. Wahoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. And so now we need to choose our 2, 4, 6, 8. Well, 2, 4, 6, and 8 add to 20. So we need to leave out the 2. So the sum of those three digits is 18. Because otherwise it won't work.
Ah. So these are 18. That's a 2.
Indeed. Very nice. This is a very clever construction so far.
Oh, so that's the 2. And these are all odd.
Indeed. And so 9 is in one of two places only in box 3. Because by Sudoku, it's not in row 3, and it's not on the 9 quad.
Right.
Spoiler, the 9 quad needs to be adding odds, not evens.
So it's in one of these?
Is 9. Yep. And so the 8 is now summing evens, because if it summed odds, it would be too big. And so it's either a lone 8 or a 2-6. And it's not a 2-6, so it's a lone 8.
Wow. So one of these is an 8.
One of those is an 8, yes.
Don't really want to mark that.
It's an 8 and an odd. You can pencil mark the 3 odds that are left and 8 if you want.
Oh, just
I just
in
meant
these?
on there, yeah. And you can remove 8 from row 1, column 4.
So 3, 7, 9, and 8.
Yep.
And that's not an 8.
Yep. I do agree with Garion that 135 is the only way that the 9 sum possibly works, because you can't sum 2 odd numbers and get 9. So it has to be 135, and so therefore row 2, column 7 is a 7 or a 9 only. And also
this
row
isn't
1,
a 3.
3. Yep.
Correct. Let's see. Now we have to deal with yeah, if this is a 4, this is way too big. So that's not a 4. And actually, if this is an 8, this can't.
That's way too big, yeah.
That's let's see. Now I think these work either way. Oh. AAA battery. If this is our 8, this is a high odd sum on a Krupke dude.
Oh, yes, we cannot have a high odd sum on a Krupke dude, because then we'd need to, yeah, so like say that was 15, we didn't make those two add to 30, that's not going to work. Yep. Agree.
So this is the 8.
We've identified a 7-9 pair. Very nice. And so every digit left in the box is even, because remember the 1, 3, and the 5 are on the 9. So row 3 digits are all even, is what I mean. And so
these now
row 4, the 2 digits on the 8 are always odd.
These add to 16. These have to add to 8.
That's true.
And one of them is odd, so the other one is also odd.
Mm-hmm.
And these are 1, 3, 5, and so we need 2 of them to add to 8. This one just is a 3 by Sudoku, and so this has to be a 5 with a 1, and that's even.
The 2 cells I have reddened are both odd.
The 2 cells you have reddened are both odd.
Oh, actually, wait, is 242? Sorry, I didn't think of 242. I think 242 is a possible way that this could be the sum of 3 evens. I was forgetting about repeats. Never mind. I retract. We do have all the evens in row 1 now, though.
See, 1 and 5. Yes. So that's odd, but 1 and 5 both go down here. So these are 3, 7, 9.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a 4 or a 6.
Yep.
For what that's worth. Yes, welcome, Playmaker. That is Jean who gifted the subs.
Yeah, so AFK is encouraging you to look at row 3, column 7, 8, and think about that sum and what it could possibly be. Because the thing above it sums to either 12 or 14. Well, it can't sum to 14, actually, because then this would need to sum to 28, and that doesn't work. So you can fill in that digit.
Why couldn't this? Oh, because this can't sum to 7.
Yes.
So this has to sum to 12.
And so now those need to sum to 6 or 24, and I bet I know which one it is.
And so these are a 2, 4 pair. So
Yep.
that's a 6, that's a 4. That's an 8.
Yep. And so now these are either 2 odds that sum to 8 on the other side, or it is a 2 and an odd.
Yep.
One of those. So we know what's the rest of row 3, which is relevant because it's half of a Krupkidut. These are 1, 5, and 6, I believe. So those sum to 12.
12.
So those sum to either 6 or 24, both of which are extreme, because it means this is either 1, 2, 3, or 7, 8, 9. That's cute.
I like that.
1, 2, 3 breaks the 8, though. Because if it's 1, 2, 3, there's no way to make the 8 quad work.
Nice.
Because yeah, so that's 7, 8, 9.
Because
remember, this is either 2 odds that sum to 8, or
so yeah, 1, 2, 3
it's got a 2 in it. So 1, 2, 3 would break every way of doing that.
And now this is 2 odds that sum to 8.
No, it could still be a 2 and an odd, right?
Oh, shoot.
Oh, but the only ways to make 8 as a sum of 2 odds are 3,
No,
5, and
no,
1, 7, and it's not 3, 5, or 1, 7. So now there is a 2 on it. Yep.
Right, now it's not 2 odds.
Yeah,
I had it backwards. So one of these is a 2.
Yes. And the other is odd.
So we do have a 2 over here. Just gonna mark that.
It's worth noting.
Oh, Q point from afraid not is now, these now have
Yeah.
to be all odd.
Yeah, the maximum even sum one there is 8 plus 6 plus 2. So that doesn't work. And so, yeah, so then the question is, how many odds does it take to get to 20? Definitely an even number of odds, but 2 odds is not enough. So
Those are
there
all
you go.
odds, and that's our 2, 4,
I was
2.
not forgetting repeats, AFK. I was just noting that this cell could only be a 2 if it was even. So the maximum was making these 6, 8, and that a 2. I've forgotten repeats many times, but that time I was not forgetting repeats. Uh, okay, so yeah, so we've placed our 2. This is a generic odd.
That's a 1, 3,
No,
or a
no, no need to
5.
apologize. I was just saying how I was thinking about it differently. Uh, yes, it is.
And I think this can be as low as 1. See, 1, then this would be 5. So these would be 6. Right, this is also 1, 3, or 5. So
Yeah, the maximum of the sum 2 is 8 for what it's worth.
so these sum to min 12.
How do we know it's not 1, 9 or 3, 7, Josh? It is certainly true that the 10 sum is 2 odds and 2 evens regardless, because you can't have a 4 cell sum to 10. So this is definitely 2 odds and 2 evens. So regardless, although that oh, the 9 is definitely on it just by Sudoku. Actually, 7 and 9 are definitely in the 10 sum. And so that
So,
is Josh's point, actually. So it is an even sum.
right,
So,
and so we have a 4 over here and a 6 over here.
yep, you can actually center mark those because you now know every digit in this quadruple.
Ah, right.
Very nice. And so now row 4, column 9 is odd. And row 6, column 7 is 8. It's odd because it sees 2, 4, 6, and 8.
So that's odd, that's even, and our only
And it's
even
8.
left
Yeah,
is 8.
correct.
Six, and we get an 8 down here.
That we do.
This sum can't be 2, 6, 8.
Four and 6 in row 4 or in box 4 seems worth marking. Arthur, there could be repeat digits is the problem. Oh yeah, as AFK points out, the 16 quadruple doesn't have 4 or 6 on it because of Sudoku.
Yep,
And so if it doesn't have 4 or 6 on it, then it's definitely a sum of odds and not of evens. But it's not a sum of 4 odds because the smallest 4 odds sum to too much. 1, 3, 5, 7 sums to
16.
Oh, actually, so it could be 1357 theoretically. No, because if it's 1357, we can't fit 1357 in column 7. So, yes, so it does not work. So it's 2 odds and 2 evens, and therefore the 2 odds are 7 and 9. And then the 2 evens are 2 and 8.
Yep.
I feel like I did that in more steps than was strictly necessary, but I think I got all the logic in there. So that does get our 2, 8 gone. And it does mean the bottom 2 cells of row 9 there are odd, because we know they're not 2, 4, 6, or 8. That's even. There we go. And indeed, row 9, column 8 is a naked 1.
Yep.
Yep.
So now there definitely is a 1 over here.
Yep. Oh, it can't be 1, 3, because if it's 1, 3, we'd need 2, 7, 9s, and we can't have 2, 7, 9s because look at the 7, 8, 9 triple.
Yep. So no 3 here.
Right. So that is 1, 5. And so this is, and so now it's can't be 7. It can't be 7, 7, so it has to be 9, 5 on the other side.
Right.
Because we need to add to 14.
So that's a 9, and that's a 5, and that's an 8,
And we get to
that's a
fill in
7.
a whole lot of doobly-doos. Indeed. And now row 4, column 9 is a naked 6, or sorry, not a naked 6, a naked 3.
And this
Which
is a
makes
triple
row
of
9,
4,
column 9,
6,
5.
and 3.
Yep.
And so that's a 5.
Indeed. Row 7, column 7 cannot be 3 because it would put an 11 on one side of a 2-cell Krupke-Doot. So that's even. 8, 6 would make me need to make the other side sum to 7, but you can't do it for a hilarious reason. Because it can't be 3, 4, 2, 5, and there's a 1, 6 by value in the column. That's adorable.
So this is a 4 is what we're
Correct,
saying?
because if it were 8, 6, the sum would be 14, and you'd need to make a 7 or a 28 on the other side, and it doesn't work. I love it, yes. Okay, so
So this
now
is
these need to sum to 6 or to 24. And
I'm
so
guessing
probably
it's 6.
I also hypothesize that it is 6, yes. And we
It's
probably know
not
what the
1,
sum to 6 is.
5.
So it's
Could
2,
be
4, and we
2,
know the
4.
order.
Oh, right. Those are the only options.
You're right. Yeah, that.
Wait, I did that wrong.
Yeah, it's fine.
So that puts a 4 here and a 2 here.
And we can odden some of those cells.
Right, that's odd. That's odd.
Indeed.
This is a slick puzzle.
Okay. 1 is placed in column 6. Again, pretty amusingly. Because there's no way I can put
You
the
can't
1
put it here.
with a 2 on the other side of the Krupke-Doot.
Then you'd need another 1.
Yes. So that makes that a 1. And so the bottom 2 cells of that column are something and something. I think one of them's a 7 and the other's a 6.
So this adds to 8 or 9.
Does not give us a whole lot of help.
We do have a triple here. That's 4, 6, and 1.
Okay, so our 10 sum in this box has to be a 3-7 or a 2-8. Do we have a way of knowing which one it is? Again, this is always 2 evens and 2 odds. So there's always a 2-8 on it because I can't possibly make the 10 in anything but 2 digits. So actually we get that the other 2 digits in the box are odd, regardless of whether it is 3-7 or 2-8. And there's always a 2-8 on it, amusingly.
Huh.
Also, row 6, column 2 is odd because the only even digits on that 10 are 2 and 8, and it sees both of them. If you want more useless deductions. Brought to you by Zeta.
So we have a 2 over here and a 2 placed here by Sudoku.
Paul Fly has noticed that 5 by Sudoku is part of the 10 sum, so 5 is one of the odd digits. I don't know that that actually like helps in any immediate capacity, but it does guarantee that we don't also have a 3 and a 7 on there, but I don't know what else we can do with that.
And doesn't that mean that 2-8 is the sum? I guess.
I mean, it does, but we already knew that 2 and 8 were on it anyway, so we knew that it was 2 odds and 2 evens, and the 2 evens summed to 10 before we made this deduction. And so I guess that means we should maybe think about, oh, maybe not quite. The 2 evens can't both be at top, I guess, is one thing. Because if the 2 evens were both in the top row of this 10 sum, that would sum to 10, and we'd need to make the dot sum to 9 or 11, and we can't. So row 6, column 1 is always even by the 2 out of 3 pencil puzzle rule.
Which places a 5 here.
That has to be a 2 because it's a 2 or an 8 and it's not an 8. The other side actually now has an 8 on it. And so if you think about the fact that it has an 8 on it, that means the other side can't have a 1. Oh, sorry, it could be 1-6. Sorry, I was about to say something. Well, I did say something wrong. You can place the 2 in box 5 for whatever it's worth.
It's all of them.
So with the 8, actually, sorry, the 8 thing actually, it's 8 plus a number that's at least 3. So the sum is a minimum 11 on the 2 sides of that dot. And so that actually does force the other side to be 4-6. I was forgetting that 1 in the box is already taken. So those 2 cells, yeah, can only be 3-8, with the other side being 4-6. Because these are 3-8 minimum and those are 4-6 maximum.
So that's a 1. I keep mixing up my even and odd buttons.
And that's all the odds in column 3.
Yep. So that's a 6 or an 8.
So the digits on the other side of that Krupke dot are the same parity. And so that parity is either even or it's odd. If they're both even, it's a 6-8. I guess that's maybe possible. It is true. You can use AFK's point that the remaining odds that you have not pencil marked in box 4 are 7-9. So that gives you a 3 in box 1.
This is a fairly large sum, at least.
Yep. I think it is going to be 6-8 on the other side. But I don't think we can prove it yet. Okay, so there need to be... Oh, in box 7, that 16 sum now needs to be all odds.
1 is too low to go here, points out Kale.
It needs to be 1, 3, 5, 7 on the 16 sum because there aren't enough evens left to do anything else in box 7.
Yes.
And so those are all, yeah, those are all odd.
9 9 here.
Indeed. What's the pair left in box 5? It's a 6 and a 3. Well, you can't have a 3 on that white dot, can you? Because the minimum the other side sums to is 13. Oh, could go 3 9.
9.
Go 3 9. Yep, it is just enough.
6 is placed here. Points out Juan.
6 is placed there by what?
Sudoku.
I see. Well, that has placed the 8 in box 9. Which now actually does resolve that pair in column 4. Because if that pair in column 4, oh, well, that cell's just odd now. And so the cell above it has to also be odd by parity.
So that is a 9.
So it is a 9, and that's the 7. Yep. Zach Wing, indeed. Nine. Not just any old penguin wing, indeed.
By Sudoku, this is now a 7.
Yep. I was still sort of figuring out in my brain what numbers it was, but yeah, it was 7s, which Tristan had figured out before I had put together exactly what digit. Oh, it even said 7s in the first message. I did not see the 7 in the message. I saw the row 7 and 8, so I was looking.
So
to
that's a
figure
1,
out the
that's a
thing.
7, that's a 5, that's a 3, that's a 5.
Indeed.
This is falling apart.
Row 8, column 5 is a 4 by the Krupke-Dut.
Row 8, column.
Needs to be even, and that's the only even that's left. And it coincidentally also makes the Krupke-Dut true.
And this is a 1. This is, sorry, 4.
Nasty, take a bow. What a puzzle. That was gorgeous.
Yeah. 8 and 3.
It's so smooth all the way through. Wow.
Yes.
Quite a feat.
Yeah, that was great.
Alrighty. Shall we take a quick stretch break?
Quick break. I don't need as much of a break now, so we can come back soon with another puzzle.
We will doot with you shortly.
Yep, be right back. welcome back. Let's see, Playmaker was just here. Is Playmaker still here? As we have this this Playmaker arrow diagonal with a palindrome twist.
Twist.
Let's see, I will give Playmaker a ping. All right. So in this puzzle, we have standard diagonal rules. Where digits can't repeat on either main diagonal. And standard arrow rules, where digits along an arrow sum to the digit in the arrow's circle. And we have one more rule, which is that we are given that each of these arrows forms a palindrome.
And you could just color the ones that are the same, and they're all different by the diagonal.
They are all different.
So you could just color each pair and mark them 1, 2, 3, 4 because they're 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple. So this is all it's saying, is that these cells that Tristan is oh, actually, sorry, maybe I'm wrong about them all being different, because I thought they touched the diagonal, and they touched the diagonal, but not actually being on it. So it's not actually 100% clear that the opposite ones are the same.
Yeah, the opposite ones.
But it is true they're 1 from 1, 2, 3, 4, of course.
Why couldn't one of them be 5? Oh, because that is too big. Yeah,
because 5 plus 5 is more than 9.
So yeah, in my brain, 5 plus 5 plus 1 was 9. We just won't talk about that.
They can't actually be a quadruple, because if you look at like row 3, column 3, for example, it sees 3 of the numbers. And so if they were actually a 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple, one of these would see 1, 2, and 3 while going with a 4, and I think that would not work.
Yeah, these all see each other, so these must be different.
Yeah, those all have to be different. Is it not true? Maybe my argument is not actually good.
But 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 if these are all different, that I think we're going to run into a problem. Because these also have to be all different. So wouldn't 2 of these end up being the same? I feel like that's the sort of thing.
Well, I guess we can just do the math of what is the sum if those things are different. So if those things are all different, then the sum of those cells is 20, plus then the sum of the other 4 cells is certainly a minimum of 10. that would mean the minimum sum in the box would be 30, which would mean they'd have to be 6, 7, 8, 9 exactly, which unfortunately doesn't
Well,
quite.
these sum to 20, but you have the additional digit as well.
I know. I was saying so that's why I got 30. Because those, if those are all different, they sum to 20, plus then the additional digits are all
So sum
different,
to
so they're a
10.
minimum of 10. And so they would be 10 in that instance. And so in that universe, you do get a 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple in all 4 of these rows and columns, which doesn't sound good, but maybe it's possible.
And then these would be 6, 7, 8, 9.
Right. I'm noticing that those 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruples would look at, say, row 7, column 9, which would maybe be a problem, maybe not.
Yeah, but these could still be low.
Yeah.
So this could be as low as 8.
Uh, uh,
Welcome back, Playmaker. Okay. Afraid Not says these digits can't be the same.
oh, yeah. Yep.
It places the same digit.
It forces row 5, column 5 to be that digit. Just by Sudoku on the diagonals. So we can't have 2 pairs of repeats at least.
First, it places it here. Then in box
and
7.
then it places it in row 8, column 1.
Yep.
So you can at least color those 3 as being different.
And we get the same thing on the other diagonal. And then we have to place it in this box. And it goes here.
Yep. Okay,
so in fact,
really,
these are all different.
Yep. So you should color them separately. And then we can write in the other 1, 2, 3, 4 that we know go in the arrow the centers, because we know the sum is 30 now, and we can write in the 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. The
These
other
are
1, 2, 3, 4,
also
and we
1,
can
2,
even
3,
color
4s.
them. Yep. Because the total is at most 30, and this makes it 30. And so,
right.
yeah,
So
that
this
one
is purple. This one's blue. This one's green. And this one's pink.
Yep. Yep. And so you can write 5 or 6 in these 2 cells, and write 1, 2, 3 in the other cells on those arrows.
So these are 5 or 6. These are 8 or 9.
Yep. And the others are certainly from 1, 2, 3. That
Oh,
is true. That is a naked 5. Because it sees 6, 7, 8, 9 in the box and 1, 2, 3, 4 on
on
the
the
diagonal. So yep.
diagonals. So we
Yep,
get to
that is
do
a
a 5
5. Let
dance.
us. Boop, boop, doop. Woo! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wow. Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wee. Ba-doop, 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 ba-doop. Wah-ha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, 1, 2, 3s go in here, and I would rainbow them because we know they're one of the colors.
Um, oh, you just want me to like,
In fact, actually, this one is naked pink, if you look at it.
yes.
And so it must
So,
be that this one is naked blue.
yes.
So that is at least a start. But yeah, let's see. This one I think
So,
could be green
so blue
or
and pink are not 4.
yep, blue and pink are not 4, correct? And so the arrows that those correspond to are not 9 because the 4s go on the 9 arrow. Uh, uh, and so yeah, row 6, column 9 is purple or green.
Ah, I missed one. Purple or green, you say?
Mm-hmm. And the other is
Blue or pink? Blue or
blue or green.
green?
And both of these arrows have a 1 on them. So the question is, what color is the 1? And isn't the only possibility that it's green and they're both green?
Huh.
They both have a 1 because they can't be 2, 3, 4. Uh, uh,
Wait, did I do this wrong?
I think you might have done that wrong.
It's this
Oh, they
one
could
that's
both be
not
teal.
9.
Sorry, they could both overlap in teal. But in any event, row 9, column 4 is definitely a 1. Because
Because
pink is not on the other arrow. So if pink is 1, that breaks immediately.
so purple is not 1 and pink is not 1.
Indeed.
And in fact, don't we have that only purple can be 4?
Yeah, because you didn't mark it. Oh,
No,
wait, no,
green
we did.
could still be 4.
Green could still. No, green can't be 4 anymore because of this cell.
Oh, right. So
So I think purple is 4.
which means
Uh,
teal is 1,
yep.
and that's teal.
Mm-hmm.
Ah,
Okay,
this isn't purple anymore.
Yep. And we can fill in some sums.
That's a 6.
That's a 9 over there. So 4 plus 1 plus 4.
These are 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see. Do we know which 2, 3 this one is? Maybe not.
Ah, the 5, 6 in row 7, column 9 is the same as the 5, 6 in row 9, column 3.
These?
just by Sudoku. Those two are the same because of where that 5, 6 has to go in box 7. Because note 5 and 6 are both on the diagonal.
So not on the diagonal, and yeah, so this digit can only live here in this
Right.
box.
So
So
those can
these
get a
are
new
the
color.
same. Those can be yellow.
Okay.
But these
That does
surely
mean
these can't be both 6.
right. So they can't be both 6. So they have to be 5. That's right. So they're actually green. And so can yellow the 5 and row 5, column 5, I suppose.
Do we still need them yellowed?
I suppose we don't need them yellowed if you desperately want them to not be yellow.
Todd wants us to place pink on this diagonal. It goes in the corner.
Agree.
We haven't put green on it either. Well, how about green on the negative diagonal? That's easier. No, it's already on there. Oh, it's
The
teal.
arrow.
It's teal on this diagonal.
Yeah, 1 on that diagonal is placed there. There is a 2 or a 3 on the row 2 arrow for what it's worth. So either pink or green has to be on this arrow. Maybe both. But at least one of them. Because if not, it would sum to 9.
Let's see. Green is one of these, so that's not green. That's not green. That's not green, so that's green.
In fact, you know which of those 2 is green, actually, at the 2 that you highlighted.
Yeah, that's green.
Yeah, that makes life easier.
So let's see. Yeah, this doesn't have 2 or 3.
So it has to have a 1 on it because it can't sum to 9.
Yeah. So there is a 1 here.
So 1 in, oh, no, not quite. 1 in row 4 is almost placed.
Let's see. 4 by Sudoku. It's just here. You don't have to look at the diagonals.
Yep. So 6, 9 are the remaining digits on that diagonal.
Oh, here?
Yep. And the remaining digits on the other diagonal are 7, 8, of course.
But this is an 8-9 pair.
Yes.
Point. That was Garian's point.
Very good spot. I was trying to do it the other way and being disappointed it didn't work, but that was the smart way to do it. Yeah.
Let's see, 6. Yeah, one of these is 6 in box 7, so that actually gives us a 6 here.
Yes.
And then, so we get a 6. This column, Garian wants us to place 9 in column 3.
Seems like a swell idea.
And then we need a 9 in one of these cells.
6 in row 6 is very restricted.
Oh yeah, this sees everything but 7. Just, and that actually is big because it gives us those. Actually that unravels a lot.
Very nice.
Which actually tells us it disambiguates.
Yep.
So 6. So this is 3, and that's 2.
Indeed.
Nice spot, Admiral Melkor, that this was
So-
just a naked single and that.
So you can fill in the circles in box 5 now. It's probably the thing I will forget to do if we don't do it right away.
We do get the rest of row 9.
That as well.
This is a 9, and this is a something, a 5.
7.
No, 7. I got there the second time.
Okay,
so.
you didn't have to remember to fill in the circles.
Yep, they filled themselves in.
Good.
As I would say, we did it the boring way.
So now row 7, column 6 is a naked single. Because it sees 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the row, and 6, 7, 8 in the column.
So that's a 9. So we get 9 in one of these cells. So 9 is just here.
8 in row 7 is placed.
8 in row 7.
So that is a pair left in box 7 of something and something. 6 and 7, actually. I would hit mark if it were me, but
sure.
Can't be that messy, right?
Okay. Let's see. This can't be 8 or 9.
Can't be 4. So it's certainly 5, 6, 7.
And this is 1 with 4, 5, or 6. Seven into column 5, points out Ambrose.
The arrow can't actually sum to 7 for a dumb reason. Row 6, column 1 can't be 7 because then you can't put 1, 4, and 5 in row 6. Oh no, that's not true. Sorry, that would just be a 1. So it's actually just that can't be a 6. Never mind. That is maybe less exciting.
But I think it's wise, as Chad is saying, that mark this. So now this can't be 7 for an easier reason.
Yep.
So this is 2, 3, or 4. This can't be, I mean, it could be an 8.
Where's the other 6, 7 in row 6?
It's here.
Yep.
So that is 6, 7, 7, 6. No 4 on here. 1 and 5. Ones
Yep.
are teal. No 7 there.
Now, do you want to hit mark? Or do you want to fill in this last arrow before we
I
do?
want to look at this arrow before we mark.
Well, it's 5 or 8 are the only options that it could be.
That it sums to?
Yeah, because it sums with at least 5 because it doesn't have a 1 on it. And then it sees 7 and 9. Oh, does it see 6? Maybe it's 5, 6, 8.
6, 7, not 7, 8. Yeah, it's 5, 6, or 8. Let's see. Can this conceivably be a 2-4 pair? Oh, column 7 we are being told to look at.
Apparently it's going to be 5, 6, 8. As foretold by the Malcors.
So we get a pair here.
4, 7.
4 and 7.
Very nice.
Which is resolved.
That's what I was pushing for, Garion, but he did not want to.
Okay. I think we're markable.
We do have some naked singles popping up. There's a 2-3 pair in box 5. So if you're willing to do a hidden, you can place the 1.
9, 5.
6, 8 pair in column 9, placing the 7.
And the 9.
And the 9, yep.
5. It's not 5
okay, well,
anymore,
that's beautiful
so
because
that
it places a 5 immediately there.
is 5.
And 5 plus 2 is 7. Fun fact.
So
Also,
that's
you're being
3,
encouraged to color
that's
the box
8.
1, 4.
Oh, yeah. Before I enter the final digit, we're going to color all the things. Okay, so 1s are teal, 2s are green, 3s are pink, and 4s are purple.
Go ahead and make the 5s the other greens for Casey. Including the last one. So that we don't have a mess.
Very nice.
Nice. And look, we got a pentomino in every box. What are the odds?
Oh, wow. Yeah. They're all connected.
And a pleasing number of them are T's. Including a lowercase t.
Lowercase t.
Coincidence? I think not. Very unlikely.
All right. Very nice. I'm up for another one. If you are.
Alrighty. Sounds good.
We will be right back with
All right.
another puzzle.
Sounds
right, we are back with this dad jokes Renbon region sum line, and it's no extra rules. So these are regular things. So Renbons are a set of consecutive digits in any order that do not repeat. And region sum lines region sum lines things have, how is this possible? Uh uh digits sum to digits on region sum lines sum to the same number in each box they enter. How is this a thing?
Because you haven't correctly identified where the box borders are.
Uh that would be okay.
Yeah, so these are from 6, 7, 8, 9 for sure, because they're a sum of 3 digits.
Good night,
Good night,
AAA
AAA
battery.
battery. I'm glad you caught that you appeared in the puzzle after you went to bed last time, though. But have a good night. Row 1, column 9 can be marked as not 5.
Sure, because there must be a 5 on this Renbon.
Indeed.
There we go.
Yep. And you can do the same in row 9, column 1. It's probably very helpful.
Welcome, Stephen. Glad to have you here. All right. Yeah, this
that Renbon doesn't have a 9 on it. So that
or
tells
a
you something.
1.
Yeah, doesn't have a 9 or a 1, because a 1 would make the other digits way too big.
5, 6, 7. So yeah, these would add to 19, and that blows this up.
Yep. So if it doesn't, if it's a length 4 Renbon and it doesn't have a 1 or a 9, then I think that means it definitely has a 5.
Except, yeah, it definitely has 5, but it also can't be too high. I do not think we're supposed to. Are we supposed to look at Fistamifel here? Oh dear. I hope not.
Okay, so the answer is there aren't 4 ones in Fistamifel squares. So therefore, the sum isn't 6 or 7. Because if there were 4 ones in oh, okay. Dad joke says we're not supposed to use Fistamifel, so I'm happy to not use Fistamifel. But I guess it's still pretty easy to see that if the sum were 6 or 7, it would immediately put a 1 on that Renbon that you just marked can't have a 1. So the sum isn't 6 or 7.
Yeah, just trivially.
Or 8 actually.
There would be a 1 on here and a 1 on here, so that by Sudoku would place a 1 here, which breaks.
Right. So
these can't both have a 1.
Right. So so therefore that's a 9.
That's a 9, and that's a 9, and we get to do a 9 dance.
Indeed. Ba-doop-ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wow! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop. Wow! Thank you, Zach. Thank you.
Yep. Fistamethel was way more than what was needed.
Okay.
So,
So three, because these are from pretty low digits, and they all end up over here is kind of interesting. I feel like it's going to put a lot of pressure on that Renbon to not be very large. Uh,
let's see. Admiral Malcor wants us to look at 9 in box 2, which is in these cells. Can it go on the Renbon? Must it go on the Renbon?
I like Garian's pigeonhole principle argument, which is that there's 2 of 1, 2, 3 in each of those, and so therefore there's a 1, a 2, or a 3 on the Renbon. Because if I choose 2 of 1, 2, 3 here and 2 of 1, 2, 3 here, I have to overlap in one of them. So at the very least, there's a 3 and a 4 on this up here. That is a very nice argument from Garian. And you can put there's definitely a 3 and a 4.
Maybe just do that.
Oh, and in box 9, you get the same argument, even though this one could have a 1, but it at least has a 3. I don't think we get the 5 without thinking about it more, but we at least get that it has.
No, we get the same thing, right?
Oh,
oh wait, it's
no.
not
The 5
same.
used that. Right. Yeah. The 3 and the 4 we get from this quote unquote the same thing, but we don't get the same argument as over there immediately.
Oh, we can't put a 9 on here because of this. So there is a 9 on this Renbon.
Yes.
That was
Yep.
Admiral Malcor's point.
Very nice. And the same works in box 8.
Yes. So we actually have a quad in column 5.
Yep. So might as well fill in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And actually, it's
Yeah, that's very cute. Yeah, this digit plus this digit is these digits is the point. And so we know the sum of the L is 15. That's really cute.
that's wow.
Uh,
and these sum to 9, so these have to sum to 6.
Yep.
No 3, that's a 6. That's adorable.
Yep.
And these are from 1, 2, 4, 5. Do we get the same down here?
Quintuple down here just for sake of Renbon stuff.
And do we get the same thing here? We do.
Yep.
3 along there. So we do get 3s in both of these strings.
Yep. And this is still a 6 over here.
And 6, 7, 8, 9 have to go here, points out Paul Fly. And here.
Yeah, and Malcor points out now these Renbons are on the outside flanks are forced to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 because they don't have 6 anywhere on them.
Yep.
And so now you can rule 3 out of the corner cell there. So we're chipping down at row 1, column 9, little bit by little bit. And same in
well,
same in
this
box
isn't
7.
1, 2, or 4 either. It sees the whole renbon.
That is true. That is true.
So the corners are 7, 8, 9.
That seems much more sophisticated, but yes. Uh,
Oh, and 6. 6 goes
yes.
on this renbon.
So this is 3, 4, 5, 6.
And do we get to do the same here?
Yes.
Yes.
So there's at least a 7 or higher. So there's a 7 or an 8 on that region sum line in box 1. So the absolute minimum this could sum to is 1, 2, 3, 7 now, which is 13 for what it's worth.
Let's see. Admiral Melkor says, yeah, if this is a 1, we have way too many low digits in. These are all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5s.
Yeah, so yeah.
If there's a 1 here.
Yeah, in fact, we know there's a 6, 7, 8, 9 on that renbon because we've got to put 2 more 6, 7, 8, 9s in the column. So there's definitely a 6 on this renbon, because if we don't put a 6 there, then we can't fit 6, 7, 8, 9 in the column.
For sure. So
which
no
means there's
6
not a 2
down
on it either.
Here.
Yep.
No 2.
And so that
we can't put an 8 here either.
You can percolate the 6. Yeah, you definitely can't put an 8. There's no way.
Because there's maximum is a 4 over here. Or maximum, minimum, min-max.
Yeah, so you know in column 5 of box 2, there's not a 6 if you want. Because the 6 looks up from box 8.
Because of this. And so we get this.
And so, yeah.
Oh, and this is high. But these can't be too high. These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Paul Fly points out now the renbon in box 5, the straight one that sort of dashes through it, doesn't have any place that can have a 6. So those are all from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 again. Uh-oh, Malcor says we made a mistake. Oh, I think you did something in box 9 that I wasn't paying attention to. But the statement about the renbon through box 5 is still correct.
Oh, where are 7, 8 in box 9? Not here.
And not both of them are down there.
Not
so
both
one
of them
is
here. So one of them
over
is
there.
here. Which does give us
the
a quad.
other is on the thing, but you should fill in the 1 through box 5 because I think that's much more likely to be immediately relevant.
Right. These all C6.
Yes. And so
there's definitely 2, 3, 4.
Yes. So if you look at row 4, column 6, there's some narrowing that can be done.
Yeah, this isn't 2, 3, or 4.
And so I think it's 5, 6, or 7 are I think the only options.
Yeah. Right. This is a 7 or 8 with a 1 or a 2.
Oh, we have a quint in column 4, Jim points out, which is beautiful. Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we know we can put 7, 8, 9 in those cells because the 6 is already in the box.
Let's see. Charlampo says this must be a 6. Row 5 has a quad. So this isn't 6 anymore. This is 6.
Row 7, column 6 isn't 1 because it would rule 1 out of box 5 if you want a dumb deduction. Nor is
Which
it a
one is it
2 for the
1?
same reason. Row 7,
Where?
column 6 is not 1 or 2 because it would rule that digit out of box 5.
Huh. Yep.
Uh,
Let's see. We still have to put 7 and 8 in this box, and we can't put them both on the line.
you can't have a 7 in that cell in row 8, column 6, for what it's worth. I was more excited about that when I misunderstood how things worked, but that can't be a 7 because of the stuff on the other side of the region sum line.
Good evening, Nicholas. Let's see. Yes. This is just 3, 4, 5. Juan points out.
Because there's a 6, 7, 8, 9 quad in the row, which we haven't sort of. You could fill in the rest of the quad in row 5, I suppose. And so if that's true, you have a 1-2 pair on your Renbon in box 5. Which is huge.
And there can't be a 1 or a 2 here?
You just have a 3, 4, 5 triple in the box.
Oh.
So those are a 1, 2, and the others are a 3, 4.
And that's
the last 7, 8, 9.
So we have a quad in this row now.
Yep.
Yeah, we haven't put our other 1, 2 in box 9. It goes here.
Mm-hmm. Which means that thing on the other side of the region sum line isn't a 3, at least. Because 3 plus 2 is too small.
We haven't.
The last digit in row 7 is a 7, 8, points out Melkor.
Let's see. Between this and this, there can't be any more 1, 2, 3s.
Correct.
So that's 4 or 5. That was Admiral's point.
Very wise.
Gary, I'm pointing out, yeah, and I've seen a few people trying to say this. You can't, if you put 7 and 8 on here, minimum other digits are 1, 3. So this would be
1, 2.
1, 3 because of this cell.
Oh, yes. Okay, I see. Yep.
So that's a 7 or an 8. And now we have a triple in this column.
Very nice. Which places the 6?
So one of these is a 6.
And so this digit isn't 6 because 6 always sees it because 6 sees both of those cells you highlighted.
That's hilarious.
I also found it hilarious. And so now this is not an 8 or a 9 just by math.
Oh, right. This can only get to max 7.
Mm-hmm.
Because we can mark that this is also from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Indeed.
7, 8, 9 triple. Perfect.
Indeed. Okay, perfect.
So that's a 6. That's a
So it
7.
does sort of ruin my point, but that's okay.
We have to use a 5 and a 2 there.
Mm-hmm.
Clean up.
7 in box 5 can be placed now from that.
7 in box 5. Eight, 9 pair there.
Oh, this 3, 4, if you chase it through Sudoku, goes here.
Sure.
And we can do the same thing the other way. That one goes there, and they're different. And so we can color them.
Like, this is one, this is the other.
Yep, and so you can color them on the, yeah, that's green and blue over down there.
Oh, Garion says, okay, but this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's not a 5. And it has to appear on this Renban. So it can only go here. So it's not a 3. That's not a 5. Now.
This actually has to be a 1, 2 if you want.
Oh, and then we have to place it in row 7, so it's there. That's Garion's point. Good spot.
Yep.
So that's a 1 and a 2.
This cell is a 1 or a 2. You can see in a bunch of different ways, such as by asking where are the 2 1 2s in column 6.
One of them is here, and this is the only other option.
Yep. Don't look at box 8.
There is a...
It'll make better content.
Oh.
Let's see.
So
Blue does seem to have become 3.
5 and 1. 3, 4, 4. Okay, so 4 there. That's a 4.
So that's 6 sum, you know what it is, in row 4.
It's a 1, 5.
Yep.
This is also a 1, 5. Let's see.
The 8, 9, I guess. Row 5, column 2 is just a 7. There's a bunch of ways you can look at it.
That's a 3. That's a 2. That's a 3.
Row 5, column 2 is a 7. You might as well fill in.
Yep.
There's an 8, 9 pair. Also, row 5, column 3 can't be a 5 because those two would already add to 9.
Yep. So that's a 3.
Now we
This
can
is
do
now
math.
1, 8, so that's a 9. This adds to 17. So we can do math in box 1 if we run out of other things to do. That's a 7.
I'm hoping we don't have to do that.
6, 8 pair looks up. It's a 9.
You have a 1, 5 pair on the Renbon in box 7.
5, so that's a 3.
So that will do a lot of damage. So there's a 3, 5 pair now on that one. So
6 here.
and you can now
8
fill in
and
the 5
6,
in row 9,
1
column
and
3.
8. That's a something. 7.
7 sounds good. Right below it is a 5.
That's a 5.
Indeed. There's already a 1 on this Renbon, so you can get rid of that. And there's a 2, 4 pair then, so that's a 3.
Yep.
And if one of the digits on a sum to 6 is 2 or 4, the other is also 2 or 4 in box 2.
So that's a 1. That is now a 5.
Indeed. Got more
I kind of
damage to do in
fear it
box
is going to
9.
come down to box 1 math.
They wouldn't do that to us. We can pencil mark.
It's the other 2, 4, 2, 4 pair looks over here.
See, we were spared. You had to have faith. This clue was put in for the break-in, so there was no way it was also going to be relevant to use the math from it at the very end of the puzzle. That seemed incredibly unlikely to me. Like if we had not used this extensively already, I would have assumed we needed it, but I thought we were going to get away with it. Very nice. I liked that one a lot. A lot of really cool geometry there.
Yes.
And much easier than I originally feared when I looked at the grid.
Yeah, it was very nice, very slick. All right. Why don't we round out stream with a 6x6 or 2? So let's see what we've got over in our 6x6
Pile of stuff.
Yes. There is a J. Dyer pure arrow that looks terrifying.
Wonderful, wonderful. Mr. Maffel always takes all the fun out of the puzzles.
Yeah, let's do the terrifying J. Dyer pure arrow.
Sounds good. Takes a lot of practice, Arthur. We've been doing this for a bit now. Okay, let's look at this arrow grid. Normal
Oops.
arrow Sudoku rules.
Hang on. I am updating the stream description. There we go. Yes, this is an arrow. Let's see. Is this... Yeah, that looks fine.
I see a lot of cells that can be marked 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, that was exactly it, Mort. There was tension and waiting to see the puzzle. Not that one. But those two.
Ambrose says they got stuck on this one.
Yeah, there's a lot of like, okay, like where can row 3, column 1 go in row 2, and where can row 3, column 6 go in box 2 kind of business.
So yeah, this digit goes over here.
Which means it goes in only one of 2 cells in box 1 for what it's worth.
So this goes in
One of those
one
two,
of
yeah.
these. Juan says none of these can be 3.
Right. Okay, yeah. If this is 3, it makes this a 1-2 pair. And then you can't put a 1 or a 2 on this. Because if you did, it would have to go in one of these cells. That's complicated, but cool.
Yeah,
I guess
okay.
maybe the easier way to say is whatever 1, 2 you put here, then you have to put it here so it doesn't go on this arrow.
So these can't be 3. What about these?
Uh, right. If this is 1 or 2, that 1 or 2 is here, and then it would go here. So this number is not 1 or 2, is Malcor's point. Very nice. So that does make this a 4, 5, 6 in this circle, and this a 1, 2, 3.
Ambrose says they did get digits, so
Okay, so now I guess now this number really is restricted because now it can only go in one of those 2 places down in this row.
this
And so
yeah, because this
it
goes
only goes in one of those 2 if you want to mark it. Yeah, that.
Yeah, this goes in one of these 2 and in one of these
those
2.
yeah. I wonder if we're supposed to ask if this can be 1 or 2. It would be really nice if this couldn't be 1 or 2.
I think we're supposed to ask if this can be a 4-5 pair.
Does it make problems for putting 5 and 6 in row 2?
Well, doesn't that mean there has to be a repeated digit in these 4 cells? If this is a
Okay,
4-5
yeah,
pair?
that is okay. That is a good way to see it. Okay, yeah, so that is fair. That is a good way to see it, yeah.
So one of these is definitely a 6.
And so that places 6 in box 5.
Right, not here, not on the arrow, not here. So that's a 6,
Yes.
which might be blue.
Might be blue, yeah.
But then we also get a 6 up here.
Yep. Might be green.
So one of these is a 6. One of these is a 6, which is a little more awkward.
So if it is a 6 and a 4, then it is a 1, 3, and a 2, 4, I guess, is the moral of the story. Six in column 5 is quite restricted. It's only got 2 places.
Could go here. Well, I have no idea why that happened. But we're not done.
Oh, did you bring us back?
Yeah.
I don't know what happened.
I no idea. My laptop just decided let's not stream anymore.
If this digit is a 3, there are no 3s on either of these arrows. Is that a problem?
This digit is a 3.
Because there are literally no repeated digits on these. And they sum to at most 11. So yeah, that is a problem.
So one of them must be.
So one of them must be a 3. So this can't be a 3. Because if this is a 3, it forces that to be a 3, which puts 3 here and rules 3 off both arrows.
This is a 3. 3. How does that rule 3 off of this?
Because the 3 in this box is here. If this is a 3, which
yeah, okay.
is sort of forced.
Okay.
So yeah, so this is not a 3. So this 1, 2, we know is up there. Because of the fact that the 1, 2 definitely shows up on one of these. And Garion points out that this can't be 3 for exactly the same argument.
Because if this is a 3, then...
Yep, then we roll 3 off of both of the arrows, and there can't be we can't roll 3 off of both of the arrows. So yeah, so this 1, 2
this
deserves
isn't
a
a
color.
4 anymore.
So
this
yeah,
can
so
be
let's
a
give
pink
this a
one
color,
too.
and it goes there for sure, and we know it goes in one of those 2 spots. So this arrow doesn't have the pink 1, 2 on it. So this arrow has the other color 1, 2 on it. Let's give the other color 1, 2 a thing. That is gorgeous, because now neither of these cells can be pink, is the point.
So that is purple and...
Yep, this is pink. So yeah, there's a purple 1, 2 on that arrow somewhere.
Yep.
And so that does mean this arrow is not a 3 anymore, because it doesn't have both 1-2s on it.
Yes, because neither of these are pink.
Right, but one of them is purple. Um,
And this, surely this can't have both 1-2s on it.
I'm not 100% sure of that.
Hmm.
We also know that row 1, column 2
Oh,
is a 4 or
purple
a
in
5, I
column
think.
1 goes in one of these cells, we can note.
So yeah, row 1, column 2, I think is a 4 or a 5 for reasons similar to what we have been claiming. Because if it were a 3, it would rule 3 out of the arrows, and if it were, and it's not a 1 or a 2 because it sees a 1-2 pair.
Oh yeah, by Sudoku, this isn't a 3.
Ah, yes, yes, yes. Yeah, we do know that this is a 4, 5, or 6 just by asking where these 2 cells go in that box. This cell I'm saying is a 4, 5, 6.
The 4, 5 in the arrow circle in box 3 is in the arrow cells of the 6 arrow. Yes. So if that's a 4, 5, then that's the blue 4, 5, but that's a 6. But the blue 4, 5 is here. So yes, these two are not the same 4, 5, for whatever
Couldn't catch
that's
up with them.
worth. Yeah, so this sees 4, 5, and 6, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
Points out Admiral. Same here.
If this is 5, does it just break this arrow? So this is 5, it would go 5, 1, 4. This arrow can't be 6, can't be 5, and can't be 4. I feel like it's probably less elegant than whatever J. Dyer
Hey,
had
if this
intended.
is 5, this is a 1 and a 4, so this can't have 1 or 4 on it. So it can't be 4.
It can't be 6 because it sees a 1 and a 4. Because there'd be a 1
Why couldn't
here
it
in
be
this universe.
2, 3 with a 5?
Because we hypothecated this being 5. And this just
Right.
sees this by Sudoku. Uh, I wonder if this is like a Y wing or something if we look at it the right way. I don't know. Uh,
But
but it definitely can't be 5. But I doubt we found the intended strat for that
so
one.
green is 6.
Yes.
So
And so that cell is pink. The because it can't be a 3 anymore.
right. This, and we actually get our 6 here. This, oops. This cell is pink. This cell is blue, actually.
Yep. Got to put blue somewhere.
Uh,
And 6 is
this
green now.
cell is green. This cell is green. This cell is... I don't think we have a color for it.
I don't think it would do.
This is blue. Sorry, blue.
Yep, because of math.
That's a 6,
Yep.
which is green.
There's definitely
That's blue 4, 5. Yeah, blue in box 5. Oh, this is circle 4, 5.
so there's definitely a 3 on this arrow, I guess, is the weird thing. Yeah, we can give circle 4, 5 a color just for sanity, like make it yellow.
So let's
Yes, for a 3,
see.
column 6 is yellow. There you go.
Oh,
It's the other 4, 5.
yep.
It does place yellow in box 3, as chat says. Also, 6s are green. It's not the box 3 that I had in mind, but it also does place it there.
Oh. We got our last yellow there.
Mm-hmm.
Teal. Teal actually has to go here. So that's a teal 4, 5. Which is perfect.
Yeah, I guess maybe the.
So that resolves everything.
Yep. I guess maybe placing teal in box 4 first would have made it a little bit easier, but yeah, the same idea.
So teal is 4, purple is 1. Yellow is 5. Pink is 2.
Mm-hmm.
That's a purple 1.
Three was never honored with a color
3 never got a color.
or a 3.
And that's a 1. That's a 3. And that's it. Although my mark button is off the screen, so I can't actually use it.
Well, I can place 1 in column 3. That'll probably help you.
Let's see. These are a 2 and a
3.
3. 3 and 2 is pink. So that's a 3. That's a 1.
This Bedurple. Hey, boss, how are you?
That's a 2. That's a 4.
Yep.
That's a
1.
1. So that's a 1. That's a 3. That's a 3. And that is a 2.
It is pink first. Yes, let's not forget to pinken. I'm curious. I feel like probably it was some sort of like XYZ wing setup that we missed involving like the fact that like the arrow sees the arrow circle or something for the one step we did that was sort of like a weird this breaks everything thing. Like I feel like almost assuredly there was a clever way to see that utilizing some sort of triple or something.
Uh, yeah. But we got there.
Ooh, colored pentominoes in every box. A second coincidental colored pentominoes in every box. And by super weird coincidence, this time we only got two kinds of pentominoes. We only got U's and P's, which is clearly meant to spell up.
Oh, this was so much fun.
Good to have you back on stream, honey. I always enjoy. I always enjoy when you join us.
We have peas touching peas. We have PPs.
You have to be careful. We don't want to get demonetized.
Hmm.
Save it for the OnlyFans.
Uh, yeah, I don't want to be a complete stranger to stream. Things are when I was streaming regularly, I was really taking on too much. But I also don't want to stream never.
Something work-life balance.
Yeah, so I do hope to be on. And now they fixed the bug where my laptop would freak out if I was doing a collab stream.
It's good that you gave them time.
Well, there wasn't a lot else I could do. But yeah, so it is. I don't want to promise anything. I'm not going to promise anything, but I might stream while I'm still on break. Or yeah, I'm not sure.
I was also gifted a game key for a demo of a Sudoku game coming out, so I also might stream that when that is out. So who knows? Maybe we'll do it together. Who knows?
Yeah, so thanks everyone for coming. Thanks for all the great we had really just great puzzles today.
Yeah.
Uh
The highlight for me was the Somedoku-Loop at the beginning, but yeah, there were a lot of really cool things. Oh yeah, and the Nasty Groupie Doot, that was also a delight.
yeah, but we didn't do any bad puzzles, so
That's true. That's true.
yeah, it was a great day of puzzles. So happy to be here. I hope to return to stream soon. And thank you all. Thank you all for coming, and thanks for the support.
Yeah, huge thanks to Joao for the gifted subs. That is greatly appreciated as well.
Maybe someday we'll get you to pronounce Juan.
I will do my best. Return just in time for the stream end. Well, welcome back, David. Your lemma has not been forgotten.
Yeah. All right. Do you want to take us out?
Yeah, if you want to support the stream, you can always do that by clicking the $ menu down below. We do greatly appreciate however you choose to support us. If you don't want to or can't give money, we are still delighted to have you here, and you can always help for free by clicking the thumbs up button, because YouTube really likes it when you do that, and in turn, then YouTube likes us more. Last but not least, big thank you to the Turbines, the people who donate at the top level. So that is Daniel, David, Franco, Nell, Nordy, Plonktime, and DDX. Thank you all. I look forward to seeing you all again soon. It'll be Friday, if not before.
Yeah, and on your way out, please click the like button if you have not done so already.
And also congratulate Naverio for his CTC feature today. The very lovely Galapagos got featured only like 16 years after it got published or something like that. Because
Yeah.
I feel like I did that puzzle like a million billion years ago.
All right. Thanks again, everyone, for coming, and we will see you on stream soon. And I have to figure out what button I push to go to the end. All right. Bye for now, everyone. Thanks for coming.
Bye-bye.